What's the word, gang? I'm stuffed. Doing everybody got some food. Make sure to fuel up.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
I needed that, bro. I had no energy.
I'm starting to think the market makers are looking at your chart, dude.
Well, they need to look a little closer because they sure as hell been freaking playing it kind of tight.
It's a good weekend trap though. Like sometimes,
Yeah.
not that you say it needs to stay there or whatever, but a lot of like lately it's been breaking out of it, and it's kind of nice to see it go, obey, I guess.
Yeah, it shows a fair bit of control. Just working on my dessert and then ready to dig in. Really not a whole hell of a lot to talk about. Just got on to shoot the shit while we range. If you can get dominance to come back down underneath 58.9, then maybe some of the alts can move. Anybody's alt showing off today?
Let me see here. We'll see what I'm up. Up 4% today, but it was down 7% over the 24 hours.
Look, we don't live in the past, okay?
Yeah.
We just look forward here. Longer we stay in this, man, the more convinced I am that they're gonna sweep that low. Traditionally, like to see this pattern too often.
Was I going to do that? I got to get up out the way.
Yeah, I'm scaling out a little bit. I hate scaling out like this because it feels like you're scaling out on a loss a little bit. Not much of a loss, but just doesn't feel like it's not progressing. But it's better than to ride the next dumpy dump down, get in a lower price.
Yeah. This gets a little easier to manage when you stop looking at it as taking profit or cutting a position underwater, and you just start looking at it as there's times to add risk and there's time to remove risk.
Yep.
And it's just that simple.
Just
Is this like a risk on sort of moment, or because like I said earlier, you could be down 5K, but you could still have 15K in that position. And to ignore the 15K
exactly
because of the 5K is how people get into trouble.
And like I said, I'm in a defensive posture, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, as you should be. It's like Mike Tyson's in the ring with you. He's already knocked you down 3 times. He just hasn't punched you lately. You finally got enough time to catch your breath, but are you gonna put your guard down, or like that's it? He's just not gonna punch me again, or are you just gonna take advantage of that breather to make sure that you're braced properly for the next right hook?
Yeah, we've been punched in the face a few times too.
did Zek? Yeah, Zek is underneath my area of interest. I'm waiting to see if this is gonna pull up or if it's. I don't know. I would have caught the type 2 entry, but holding the 800 on the 1 hour. That 50, that's the problem, right? We haven't retested the 50 since we got down. The reason I'm not chasing it is because even if this is gonna go, chances are it'll break, reject off the 50. And then we have the possibility of coming down into that vector range. Right, so I'll wait and I'll either add as a type 4 entry if it holds, right? Or I'll add as a type 2 entry on a larger W. That's what I'm looking for. So either this W holds and I catch the retest, or the W breaks down and I catch the second higher low. What you want to do is squeeze through your time frames until you find the one that has the challenge. Every time frame at some point is moving towards its 50 or away. Right? If you look at the 3 hour, the 50 is way up here. Right? You look at the 1 hour, down here. You look at the 15-minute, we're already fighting it. Right? So the first sign that you're even going to get up to this on the hour is if it holds the 15-minute. Right? Then you can move up through your time frames to the 30. See how you're right at that test on the 30? And so what I do is I go through time frames till I find the time frame that's in contention, right? Find where the fight is, and then track the momentum from there forward. Right? If this rejects, and you want to track the bearish momentum, then you have to go back to the 15 and see if it loses the 50. If it rejects the 50 on the 13-minute and loses the 50 on the 15, then you switch to the 5. Right? You're in your short and you're tracking the loss of momentum all the way through the time frames in either direction. So for right now, the most current fight is on the 30. For Zach. If we look at Bitcoin, we're above on the 15. It'll probably be the same thing. The 30 will be the fight on Bitcoin. Okay. So all of these coins are fighting the same fight, but with different strengths and at different speeds. The hour is where it's where the fight's at. Excuse me, on Bitcoin. So if you turn on your scalping strategy lights, or if you just pay attention to the 15 EMA, you see our momentum turned bullish on the 5-minute down here. We lost bullish momentum temporarily. Now we've got it back and we're trying to hold it, push away. If this can hold bullish momentum and push away, then we switch to the 15-minute and make sure that it's staying above its. Bullish momentum on the 15 minutes switched here, right? As your 13 EMA crosses your 50. So bullish momentum on the 15 is strong. Bullish momentum on the 5-minute is strong. We're pulling away from that EMA on the 30. We just got bullish momentum 2 hours ago on the 30-minute. Right, so everything is shaped up pretty strong underneath to be able to come up and grab that hourly. What was your question, Joe? Grid bots aren't horrible. Grid bots are really good for when you're ranging. Grid bots are good for ranging, and they're good for DCA bots are also good for like catching dips. It's just about how you have them set, right? If you're copying any settings, just make sure that the range is understandable, right? So that your grid bot doesn't fall out from under your range. I personally don't like bots because I feel like it takes away some of the fun for me of actually like trading. But for people that don't have all day to sit around and watch this shit, it's definitely a viable alternative. Most exchanges that have grid bots have pretty decent presets. So unless there's somebody's preset that you're following exactly, I would stick to the defaults. I've never used Everdex. I've been using KyberSwap lately. But I'm not really loyal to any DEX. Depending on what the chain I need, right? I'll just use whatever their main DEX is mostly. The settings on the VPVR. Settings for here. It's pretty simple. You just want to pick your row size up so you have more definition. My row size is at about 200. And then as far as style, it doesn't matter. If you want to keep your up and downs different colors so that you can see, that's fine. If you want to turn on your value area high and low so that you can see where the high and low range is, that's fine too. I've just got it turned off for cleanliness. I'm really only using it for high volume nodes and for gaps. You're welcome, brother. I make sure I leave the point of control on, but I just make it kind of, light and dash so it doesn't fill my screen. But you always want to know where that point of control is. Point of control, by the way, is just the highest volume node. Right? You don't need the line there. You can train yourself to just look for the biggest volume node. Then you'll get your point of control. All right, let's see if we can get this CME close inside of this psychological range. I don't think Market Maker will have a hard time. If he managed to keep us in this range this tight, then he's obviously got pretty good control over price right now.
Yo, D.
Yo.
Yo, have you heard about this MSCI? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm talking about? You think that's got some thing to it? I just started looking into it. Like maybe just today.
So this is a problem. I don't think they're wrong. They have a point. Their whole point is that if you want to be included into an index fund, you can't be a fund. Right? Index funds are not allowed in index funds. Right? The S&P 500 isn't going to have an ETF in it. Right? These are specific individual businesses. So that's their opening argument, that if you're a fund, you shouldn't be allowed inside of an index. Their definition of a fund now is if a company holds any one specific asset that makes up more than half of their value. So MicroStrategy, you know.
Yeah.
And so what they're saying is you can be included in the fund, but not one single asset can't be worth half of your, because then if something happens to that asset, then the entire fund gets drawn down, right? The health of the fund. So now, if we look at the drop today, I was looking at some Bitcoin treasury companies today. If Bitcoin doesn't pop up, they're going to have their first quarterly negative earnings after holding Bitcoin, right? Because they have to take the depreciation and the value as a loss. Now, what happens is, right now is not a problem, but imagine if you have the 13 Bitcoin treasury companies inside the S&P, and they're like top 20, right? And Bitcoin goes through a bear market. Like, what happens to the index? So that's the excuse that they're making. For me, I think it's just Wall Street fighting back. Wall Street wants to be involved in crypto. They don't want crypto involved in Wall Street, right? Meaning, it's all fun for BlackRock to come and buy a bunch of Bitcoin and make a bunch of money and have their stock go up and all of that shit. Right? It's all right for them to come over here, but for us to go over there, right? Bitcoin treasury companies going over there, they don't like that because it's gonna cut into their shit. The timing is what's interesting.
Well, it happened. That's what I saw. Like the news came out.
This
They
is
might have been
old.
behind October 10th.
This is
Yeah.
old. Yeah, this came out on the 10th. It just wasn't the biggest news story of the 10th, so it got buried. You know what I mean? Obviously, we were worried about other shit at that time.
But they may have triggered the 10th though.
Now that I don't agree with, because they would have had to have massive amount of Bitcoin, and they would have had to make the thing and then sell it. And I don't think that's the issue. And we haven't seen treasury companies really dump off because of it. The fear is that treasury companies that have the ambition to be in the S&P, right, to be in the index, they might get rid of some of their Bitcoin and make sure that they're only at 45% instead of 50%, so that they can still be included. The problem is that going into the future, that 45% you have during the next cycle is going to be more than 50% as it goes up, right? So that means that they would have to actively sell off their Bitcoin to keep it at a level where they don't disqualify for the index. To me, it doesn't make any sense. All the money's in the Bitcoin. The money isn't being part of the index. Like, I don't see Michael Saylor saying, all right, screw the Bitcoin strategy, guys. We're at 70% of our value in Bitcoin value. We're going to knock it down to 45%. And we're not going to buy any more Bitcoin because we want to make sure that we can, be on the S&P. Like, that's not going to happen. Now, for younger companies that are thinking about, that's what this is to me. This is like a warning to everybody else. If you're thinking about doing what MicroStrategy is doing, and you're going to concentrate on just filling your book with assets instead of actually providing value as a company, then you're not going to be accepted into the index.
That's crazy. They really buried this news. I can't believe I missed it.
Their argument basically is you're a fund. It's a definition of a fund. You're a company that holds a certain asset, and as that asset goes up, your company appreciates. Right? That's your business model. That makes you a fund. A fund cannot be included into a fund. That rule has always stood. Right? Funds aren't included in funds. Now, the redefining of Bitcoin treasury companies as a fund is what's new here. Make any sense?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what a lot of them will do, Craze. A lot of them will cook the books. A lot of them will try to make sure that they stay under that percentage. ideally what it should do is make companies say, okay, if I want to be a Bitcoin treasury company, I still have to add value. We still have to drop products. We still have to increase as a business. Because right now it's just a cheat code. Take a company that's already built, dead, has done absolutely nothing, sell off your assets, buy Bitcoin, list yourself as a Bitcoin treasury company, and then in a couple of years, you've saved your business. In my opinion, this was always something that they were thinking of. And 1010 gave them the perfect opportunity to say it. Because they got to stand up and they got to say, hey, look, we can't do this here, and this is why. Look at what just happened. Now, imagine if our MAG 7, like right now, NVIDIA's holding up the entire market, right? Imagine if the MAG 7 companies were all Bitcoin treasury companies and 1010 happened. What would happen to the index? Right, that's how they're looking at it. Lippy, what's going on? Good, good. Just hanging out in this boring ass weekend trap. But it's looking like it's starting to spice up a little bit here. Which Bitcoin fork thing? There's a couple of possible. My idea of the next actual fork comes from when we increase security for quantum resistance, but that shouldn't be for a while. Yeah, they recycled it. Like I said, it was old. Right. Bad news, if you guys haven't noticed, is starting to have diminishing effects on price. That's, you can usually tell when you're getting to seller exhaustion. Right. At the end of seller exhaustion, you usually get the hardest, roughest FUD that you can imagine. Mount Gox, MicroStrategy selling, MicroStrategy being delisted from so and so and being forced to, but it has less and less effect, right? So as you drop one FUD story and it doesn't happen, you're like, oh, we gotta go harder. And you drop an even bigger FUD story and you freak out when that doesn't have an effect. And then eventually it gets to the point where you just jump the shark and you're being super obvious about it, and everybody's like, oh, you're just gonna FUD us. Let's see. Gotta remember, guys, it's the way that big money shorts. Like you guys that are here shorting Bitcoin or alts, 100x, 50x, whatever. Like, yeah, you guys are shorters. You guys aren't the real short sellers. Like the real short sellers, like the institutional level shorters. The trade is just the beginning, right? You take the short, then you take all the information that you use to get that short, all the millions of dollars that you've used, all the research, right? And you put it into portfolios, and you take those portfolios and you ship them out to fund managers, you ship them out to news services, you ship them out to influencers on social media, right? You sell the story of why price is going to drop. Right? I would say an equal amount goes into selling the story as goes into actually taking a short. Yeah, I agree, Sleeper. It's one thing to hold on some alts that did all right during this run and be like, okay, maybe they'll have one last run. It's a whole nother thing to hold them during the bear and assume that they're going to come back to life during the next season when we know that so many alts only have one run, you know? So for me, we get to do overtime, which is basically where we're at right now. Only thing that I'm holding are things that I expect to be absolutely strong during the next market, which means if I wake up tomorrow and something crazy happened and we have a 75% drop overnight because somebody did something wild, I know that what I'm holding is still going to be strong for the next cycle. Worst case scenario. Which means I'm down to almost no memes at this point. One more little push and we should have our psychological ranges above CME close. There we go. When you know what market makers' motivations are, it's always impressive to see when they're able to do it without any resistance. Right? And it also speaks to what the liquidity looks like in the market when they're able to push price around like that. Guys, all your old American forefathers and the businessmen and creators of the companies that are still around today were all gangsters and pretty bad people, so don't be shocked by their past. Those boys got skeletons on top of skeletons. I would rip it if I was market maker. Barry's. I would rip it. I'd take advantage of the fact that we have enough liquidations to pay for most of the move. I would rip it, and I would have the FOMO induce people that didn't buy low FOMO in and set themselves up for an underwater week next week. If market maker wants to get all of the liquidations and all of the vectors that it's left above 100K, right? The reason that I say I would do it is because not getting this is going to make his job almost impossible. So a decision has to be made in market maker offices right now. Either we make this our motivation, or we leave all of those imbalances for the next bull market, right? At some point, there's a meeting being held and that decision is being made. Yeah. It's algos, but the algos are set, right? The algos have their motivation set. So the question is the algo set to just stay at CME? Or was the algo set to stay at CME long enough to harvest liquidity and then rip liquidity? That's the question. Step one of that is bringing the psychological range above CME, right? And the reason that's step one, like I said before, is that it's an insurance policy on CME, right? They want to fill CME, right? It's their job. They get paid to create the balance, provide the liquidity that keeps CME closed. If their motivation, and this is a big if their motivation is to keep the macro chart healthy, then that means they have to leave CME behind. Right? If you wait until CME closes to make sure that you close CME, you literally only have an hour. Right? So they have to know that if they're going to take that, they've got to leave CME behind. And the first step to leave CME behind is make sure that your psychological range has CME in it. That way, if you do squeeze, the natural mean reversion will bring you back to the psychological ranges and close CME for you at some point next week. But just know, guys, this is a tall ask. Very tall ask. We are in possibility territory, not probability territory. Right? Big difference. If we had our weekend trap somewhere around here, and we had all of these liquidations, and we had these two vectors, and we had this much time left, I would say the probability is that we close above 100K with a possibility of missing it or dropping. Right now we have a possibility of closing above 100K with a probability of sweeping liquidity and falling short. That's all trading is, man. Lining up your possibilities, lining up your probabilities, attributing them each their own risk, right? And then acting accordingly. Just remember what I always say, right? We invest in the probable, in the most probable, right? That's where our investments go. We hedge against the possibilities. Right? If you ever find yourself fully invested in the possibility and counter trading the probability, that's a bad place to be. It's one of the best risk rewards, right? Which is why people do it. But you always want to make sure you have a pretty good grasp on what's the most probable and then what sort of possibilities lay within that, right? Because nobody knows what's going to happen. I hope he's paying attention for who's. Yeah, there's time. There's time. But remember, we were in this same spot last week. We still had 2 days left. We started to pop up. We were like 33%. Or not last week, a couple days ago, before we actually dropped down. And then we took out the lows. I know that today's FUD is lighter than yesterday's FUD, and that's the first time. We went hard FUD, harder FUD, hardest FUD, and now we're getting a little lightning. So we're getting a bit of seller exhaustion, and we're getting a little bit of FUD exhaustion. Some of you guys are going to be trapped in the matrix no matter what happens on this. Yeah, I agree, immigrant. I'm at a type 2 type entry, and that would be for both ways. Right? This is not a top catcher's or a knife catcher's paradise. I don't think it'll be instant. I don't think it'll be instant. It's going to affect macro traders more than anything. Right? Most people have already been told that 1 week close underneath the 50 and it's over. Right? They're already calling it. So there's not that many people that are waiting for the second close. Only people that I even hear talking about the second close are big macro guys like Ben and maybe a couple others, me. But it does change the vibe. Right? It changes the vibe of big money. Yeah. That's my thesis, bro. That is my thesis. Two different things happening here. Right? The official end of what macro TA analysts will see as the official end or the official beginning of the bear market, quantifiable on the chart, right? That's one thing that's going on. For me, what that changes is I'm a trader from this point forward, right? I'm jumping in for trades, but no long investments. The second thing is the liquidity push and them trying to push it one more time. It really just reminds me of this. It reminds me a lot of here. We were having the same questions here, right? Price had dropped really hard. The only difference is this is even harder. This time's harder because this is happening here. So at least when we were here, we were looking at the percentages and there was already people saying bear market for sure, right? And we were waiting for those closes underneath the 50. But it was the same thing. We had huge vectors on the way up. We didn't have any sort of relief rallies on the way back. It was like a 50% drop, right? And the liquidity was still flowing in the market. So people at this point had to make a decision. Is the bull market over and I'm completely taking everything and walking away? Or is there a chance for it to bounce and I'm staying all in, right? So some people didn't take profit on any of this. They're completely on the water, 50% down on their positions, and they cut and they left, right? Without waiting for that second week to close. And this was even harder because every single time that we had a weekly candle underneath the 50, the bears would scream louder and louder. Broke the 50, broke the 50, broke the 50, and then here it closed. That's it, it's over, everybody's gone. Not having the patience to wait for that last candle made you miss all-time high. I'm not saying this is what's happening now. I'm saying that this is why our rules exist, because of these sort of scenarios. And right now, we're here. We're on this green candle waiting to see if it closes under or if it closes over. Which, at the moment, obviously, it's looking like we're going to close well under. The main switch that switches in my head at this time on this macro switch is that my brain goes from accumulate more coin to accumulate more fiat. Right? The work doesn't stop. But the end goals of my trades, excuse me, aren't to recompound and get more coins so I could sell the coin higher. Right? It's to take my profits, stack my fiat, and bubble my dry powder bag up. Which is why I said that there's two different things here, diaries. Either you're playing the either your strategy is I'm playing till the end of the bull market and then I'm gone, or your strategy is I'm investing until the end of the bull market and then I'm trading through the bear market and then I'll get back to investing during the bull market. Right? If you're not walking away and you're just switching from investing to trading, then we don't really have to worry about missing that next move up, right? We're still playing the setups. If it looks strong, we know that there's going to be a relief rally at some point. Not on blockchain, Mendy. I'm in a micro strategy short right now, though. I'm in a heavy micro strategy and Labubu short. For me, you guys don't understand how amazing all this micro strategy FUD has been for me. Like on the crypto side, I'm looking at it like, look at these morons. They're really trying to push this shit hard. But on my short side, on legacy, I'm like, keep it coming. You know, every day more MicroStrategy FUD while I'm in a short. It's like, yes, please. Yeah, I'm shorting the hell out of Labubu's, Mendy. Their parent company, Popmart. Let's go check on the nines real quick.
I'm thinking about going short on Yeezy.
9-2. This is my Labubu trade. I'm targeting this gap in the visible range. That'll probably be my first My first TP. I don't know. It's pretty sketchy right now, Mendy. They got a damn Labubu movie coming out that's like threatening to screw my short up if it's popular. So I might have to make decisions and get out before my target. Nah, I can already see it, bro. You kidding me? I can already imagine all these influencers and stars lining up to go to the Labubu, to the frickin' Labubu opening with their rare Labubus on their designer bags, and now all of a sudden everybody needs Labubus again, and I'm screwed. They used to make fun of me forever for concentrating on Labubus until I showed them that short. Like anything, man. Anything, anytime anything catches buzz and it gets to the point where it's irrational. I'm keeping my eyes on Pokemon too. Unfortunately, there's no way to publicly trade exposure to Pokemon, but if there was, that'd probably be my next short because that shit is way too out of control. Yeah, I would go long. If it looked like shit was bubbling up again, I'd probably just go long on Labubus or Pop Mart. Yeah, I'll look at silver. Guys, seriously, hit those likes, yo. Like, what other channel are you gonna go to get crypto TA, metals TA, equities TA, TA on Labubus, TA on what's for dinner? What are we talking about here, guys?
I'm just here for the platypus.
Silver. Silver was another one, y'all. If you were here early, we loaded up for this silver play in this accumulation. Right, as we were breaking out of this bull flag. Pay no attention to those arrows. I was just comparing them to I was just comparing the rise to everything else in that order. Solana, BTC, silver, gold, and freaking Pop Mart. I'm still hesitating to go as deep into silver as I want. It's already got some of my gold, right? The profits I took on gold. It played out its W, it cleared out those vectors, but it's not giving us any structure yet. So remember, our target right here is the neckline from, go to the monthly real quick. About there. So to retest the break would be that white line, but we do have serious vector ranges down here. So there's a possibility that silver comes back down underneath its breakout. This is just not even a breakout, really. Like, it's just barely a breakout, right? Where it takes out that high, comes back, and sort of flags out for us, and then pushes up again. But it's got to calm down. Metals are suffering from the same sort of liquidity drain that we are right now. They sucked up the last of the liquidity, went into gold and silver. to see what gold's at. Right, another trade that we got into on the breakout. This was 2 years ago, 3 years ago now. 2 years ago. Same deal on gold. Hit its W pattern, came up, didn't clear both its vectors, cleared only one. And it's coming down to see if it can hold this uptrend. If we can hold that uptrend on gold, then I think that will make another run. But remember, gold is at the end of a 4-year run of a hardcore, I think even more than that, 5-year run. Take a look at it. But this bear flag is undeniable right here, right? So that bear flag plays out. Then by the logic of its measured move, right, you could see gold down 3,800. But it would definitely lose 4K. That plays. My bad, hold on, let me fix that measured move. I was on log. Yeah, it's about right. So the chances of silver going out and breaking out without putting in that flag we were looking at are pretty low. Right? Because I imagine if gold breaks and comes down for this move, then we would see silver come down and start doing the same. Let me get rid of this first. Right? Silver's holding the same uptrend, but I think silver loses its 50 and comes down to its 200 if gold breaks. And then that's why I'll be real interested in looking at filling up my silver position a little bit heftier. Just what I'm doing, not financial advice. YouTube, if you're listening, none of this is financial advice. Just a group of traders talking about our plans to take over the world. YouTube is getting very, very aggressive, y'all, with locking channels down. I'm starting to have to look at alternatives for just in cases. So one thing I want to do is I want to open a Telegram group. The Telegram group's going to be completely free, right? You don't have to pay to join. There's not going to be a lot of activity in that group. That group is going to exist as a place to keep us all together in case something happens on YouTube. And we've already been through this before where we had a channel and we had a move and then we lost track of people. So we're going to open the Telegram up. We'll make the Telegram like a crypto meme thing, right? You guys go on there and post memes and shit. But more importantly is just to join the group so that you're on the list, so that if YouTube decides they're going to do something crazy, then, you know, we can put out a message on Telegram or we'll all go stream live on X or Twitch or Kick or whatever.
Let's do Facebook.
Yeah, obviously, if you join the Discord, that's a way that you're going to be attached to the family. You're going to come with us wherever we go, no matter what. But I do want to open the Telegram group up just for people who maybe don't want to pay to be part of the group, but don't want to risk losing contact. Appreciate that, Mendy. There's nothing wrong with it, Smokey. Is that they're using AI right now to filter channels and to like moderate channels. So we've got to be really careful. Like I've got to be really careful giving TA. And when you guys are on here talking, you have to be really careful that you make sure that you say that it is not financial advice. It is just your opinion. Because what the AI is doing is the AI is flagging shit on its own without even humans looking at it. And the AI is being a little stricter than. So a couple of things that I've learned from the videos I've been watching are we can't do titles with price targets, right? That's a no-no. We can't do like I can't go on and say $13 trillion coming into stables from because of the Genius Act, even if it's in the bill. I can't make a promise or imply the possibility of financial gain on the titles or the thumbnails or, out loud, really. At least when we're talking about it, though, I'm very clear. I'm like, look, there's no promises. This is what we've heard. This is the news. But the AI is really scouring those titles and those thumbnails and starting to chop people up. And if you get 3 strikes, you lose your channel. So we've got to be very careful to stay on our P's and Q's. Yes, Nancy Pelosi can use insider information to enrich herself and her family. What she can't do is get on YouTube and start a live stream and tell people that price is going to a certain point. Definitely, that's a bad thing. Use insider information to get rich while other people get shitted on. That's cool. Try to help people make money. How dare you? No, I don't have any strikes yet. I mean, I've got the disclaimer in the title. I've got the disclaimer in the description. I try to really focus on the educational aspect of this channel, which is what's important. There's nothing wrong with that. YouTube has no problem with me teaching people TA or showing them, The problem is signals groups, right? Entries, exits, that type of shit. I mean, you guys can pretty much tell what I consider to be an entry and what I consider to be an exit, but I frame it in an educational way, right? For a reason. Nah, I don't think the chat is that bad. Only way the chat harms the channel is if you guys make it super toxic and then people don't like to come on because the chat's all toxic. But YouTube, from what I know of, I don't think YouTube holds me responsible for you guys. Now, Discord members, yeah. Right? Like I'm gonna have to put in the disclaimer, the audio that you're listening to is Discord audio. These are not professional traders. Right? These are people just like you, just giving their opinions, that type of shit. But even then, we got to be careful what we say. Big buys, big buys. Nah, I think big buys is cool. I think buy big, probably not, right? Buy big, buy big. That might be bad. Big buys, I think we're cool. They're really coming hard after these AI channels too, though. Thank God. Because, I mean, I don't want anybody to lose their channel, but YouTube was getting out of control with these bullshit ass AI videos. Yeah, we're getting tons of big wallets moved around. What you want to watch when you're looking at those whale alerts is it moved from exchange to a wallet, or is it moved from wallet to exchange, or is it moved from wallet to wallet, or is it moved from wallet to exchange to wallet? Those all mean different things, right? Exchange to wallet means somebody bought some and put it into storage. Wallet to exchange could mean that they're going to sell, or it could mean that it's being put into staking. And wallet to exchange to wallet means that they were cleaning up their wallets, right? You send your shit to centralized exchange, and then from centralized exchange, you send it to a couple different wallets for security reasons. Yeah, try. Not closing the 50 over just takes my not closing over the 50 takes my eyes off of all-time high, but it doesn't take my eyes off of the dead cat bounce. That, in my opinion, has to happen regardless, and I will be involved whenever we see the signs. That's for sure. Except for some of the market indicators and the structural breaks. Yeah. Tomorrow checks about 6 different targets that I look at off of the list. Tomorrow, if we close where we are now, excuse me, or we close underneath, I'll show you. I could show you better than I could tell you. Show you better than I could tell you. Oh, all right. I'm on the wrong. I was about to say what happened to all my shit. Let's clean this up a little bit. We'll go over it. So, closing where we are right now, or around where we are right now, this is our checklist, right? Weekly RSI underneath 40, that'll be checked. Weekly 50, 2 weekly closes, that'll be checked. Weekly underneath the Gaussian channel. Hold on, let me just not be quick about this. Hold on. We got those new people here that aren't tired of hearing me say this a million times. So, weekly RSI underneath 45, right? If price gets back above the 50, then this closes above, right? If we were to close right now is what we're talking about. Let's assume we're not getting back above the 50, worst case scenario, right? This closes under. Every time we've closed under has been the start of bigger retracements, right? So that's one. Two weekly closes underneath the 50 EMA. We got our 1 weekly close here, waiting for our 2nd weekly close. We've currently dropped 36% from the tops, right? The reason that we wait for a 2nd weekly close is because of what we looked at earlier. Right? During the last bull market, we had an even bigger drop of 55%. 55% drop from the top, closed one weekly candle under, the next weekly candle closed over, and we got an extension. Right? That's why you wait for your second weekly close. So that's 2. Right? That would be 2 knocked off the list. The weekly Gaussian channel. Typically 2 weekly closes, or I'm sorry, 2 weekly closes underneath the Gaussian channel calls it, or 1 weekly close underneath the midline of the Gaussian channel. Right? Which means that this candle needs to close above 92.4. And even if it does close above 92.4, it still triggers because it's 2 weeks underneath the top of the weekly Gaussian channel. Right? Same sort of deal right here. We came down, we closed 1 week inside of the Gaussian channel, the next week didn't, and then you got the all-time high. It wasn't until you closed 1 week, 2 weeks into the Gaussian channel that it officially went. Right? On the macro. So that's 3. That's if the candle closes right now, or if we fail to get back above the 50. We'd have 3 of the 11 checked off. Bull market support band. That's already checked off. That's one of the ones that's already red. Right? We've already closed underneath the bull market support band. Ichimoku on the 2 week. Go to your 2 week charts. Let me get rid of all of this stuff. Hold on. All right. So this is your baseline on the Ichimoku. Right? 1 2 weekly candle close underneath the baseline of the Ichimoku has traditionally signed in the bear market. The only time that it didn't was during the drop that we were looking at earlier. During that drop that we were looking at that went down 55%, you closed 1 2 3 4 5 2 week candles underneath the Ichimoku and you still popped up. But it's still one of the metrics that we look at. Right? It's still not good. This is an anomaly. That's not usually what happens. Right? Usually what happens, it's one drop underneath and then you're gone. Right? This is traditionally what it looks like. Close underneath, bear market started. We had one anomaly where that didn't happen before, but we can't make that change the logic of it, right? So we have to treat it as if one candle calls it. To get above that, we would have to get above 100. It's the same as getting above the 50. Do you see why it's so important? That close underneath the 50, or the close above the 50, I should say, would invalidate this bearishness. Close beneath the 50 gives us 2 more metrics to worry about. So as of right now, that's good, but that one would also turn red if we got to 66. I mean, if we didn't get to that 50 EMA. 4-year cycle timing. If we turn on my 4-year cycle indicator, by timing, we're there, right? So This is the one, this is the strongest bear argument, by the way, so far for your cycle timing. So by timing, we're there. CBBI over 90. CBBI is at 57. The way that this has traditionally worked is when your CBBI gets above 90, it's the top of the market. When your CBBI gets below 90 or below 10, it's the bottom of the market. The problem is that the CBBI takes into consideration all of these metrics up here, right? Pi cycle indicator isn't going to hit. We know it's not, right? So in the future, that needs to be checked off. The RUPL and UPL. So the large holders versus small holders, right? The problem with this metric is that it counts on a blow off top, right? It counts on people coming in at the end, pushing the small term holders all the way up while big term holders sell off. That ratio gets huge and it signals the top. But we haven't had euphoria. So if we top without euphoria, that means that we top without all the euphoria signals going off, right? If we top without retail, that means we top without all the sentiment indicators that we're used to going off, right? Chances are Coinbase isn't going to make it to #1 on the list on alts, right? If we go back and look, chances are Google searches for Bitcoin and altcoin aren't going to hit all-time highs, right? Because they're not here. Retail's not here. So once you go checking off some of those indicators that rely on the heavy people, reserve risk, top cap versus CVDD, Bitcoin Cholololo, then you start to see a bit of a different picture, right? If you get rid of those indicators, you're sitting at 65, but Bitcoin topped out at 90. You see what I mean? But since we're still paying attention to the old metrics of what the top of a bull market looks like, and again, I'm not throwing all of this shit out with the bathwater, because when we're in a QE bull market, we will get blow off tops and we will get retail, right? But for right now, we don't have it. So if you take them into consideration and you expect them to come back, then you end up with something that looks like this, where you're sitting at a 57 and people are still expecting these signals to go off. So back to the list real quick. So CBBI over 90, we don't have that, but I'm starting to understand why some of our on-chain metrics sort of fell apart, right? Extreme greed and euphoria, we haven't had that. That could come on a dead cat bounce, and I think it probably will. Think about what happens to sentiment if price does this and we break above like 115, even for one day. I think the market would be full greed, full euphoria at that point. But whatever, that's not typically how it works. It's just a side note. So we don't have full greed and euphoria. CBBI over 90, that's not there. Full greed and euphoria, that's not there. The ISM business cycle still underneath 56, right? Which means that our business cycle is not expanding, right? That's the liquidity that we see that have snatched up, right? That's not ready yet. Macro structure break. We don't get a macro structure break until we break 74. This is the last metric to trigger. At that point, whatever runners you have that you haven't taken, right? Your hopeful trades, that's when they become seriously affected. So for right now, the way things stand right now, we don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that. The bull market support band is broken. That's active. The log trend breaks. The 4-year cycle timing. That's not valid. So that's currently what we look like right now. Right? As far as checked or unchecked. If this weekly candle closes the way it is right now, then it'll look like this. That's checked. You're starting to see what I mean? That would still be open. 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 Macro money will look at this and they will go defensive. Oh, the log trend breaks. My bad. I didn't show you guys the log trend. Give me a second. So these are our logarithmic uptrends, right? These also have to break. These are also a sign. We already broke the small log, closing underneath the macro log. Right? Would also trigger the idea of a bear market for macro traders. It's a trend shift, right? It's your official trend shift. And then your trend break. Your trend break comes when you break that actual line we were looking at. So let's go to our paths and sum it all up. I know you guys are sick and tired of red path, yellow path, green path at this point. But here's our paths, right? Firmly on red path with a very small possibility. When I say the smallest of small possibilities, to close back above that 50, putting us on yellow path. If we close above the 50, we can get back on yellow path. These paths stand alone from anything else, right? Let's take everything else off the screen. Let me explain something to y'all real quick. Even if we get the second weekly close underneath, getting back above the 50 EMA, whether it happens this week, next week, the week after, still opens up yellow path. The difference is that yellow path will more than likely not take you to an all-time high. It'll take you to that mean reversal trade that we're looking at. Hold on, I'm about to die right now. All right, my bad. Yellow path will be what sets the idea of our dead cat bounce being more than a dead cat bounce. 50 EMA trails down like this. If price comes up and rejects off the 50 EMA, that would be traditional bad bearish retest, right? If it gets back above the 50 EMA and holds but rejects off of resistance, then that's the dead cat bounce or the higher low. If you get above this, then and only then can you even start thinking about ATHs. Excuse me. So yeah, let me turn all this. As far as where that'll go, real quick before we move from here. As far as what we can expect from a lower high. If this is truly a bear market, then your average has been 34%. Right? That's the average of these 4 dead cat bounces during the bear. If the bull is still alive, then your average would be 75%. The reason this is important is because it gives us an idea of if we feel it is just going to be a dead cat bounce, where to TP or where to start a short. Right? So let's say we get that. Let's say it starts right now. Let's say this was the bottom and our dead cat bounce is starting now. If we're in a bear market, 34% is the average. You see how that brings you up to that support that I was just saying? If we reject that, that'll be our dead cat bounce. Right? So that would be price coming up and then taking out the lows. And then going to brown path, the shitty path. If the bear market is still on and we're in an extension, then you could expect 75%. Which takes you roughly to about 140. So, wherever this relief rally comes in, these are the expected targets for me, right? Anything above that would be, that's when you're starting to look like, okay, if we start going up more than 34% on that, then I have to make way for the idea of a continuation. Yeah, that's possible too, Lippy. But the thing is that the 75 would only come in if they really plan on extending the cycle for a month or two or whatever, right? To get that, to the rest of that liquidity flushed through. If we were to go all the way down, the chances of that are pretty low. If we were to go all the way down to 74, I'd say the chances of that were very, very low. Although, again, this is not meant to be hopium or anything. I'm just trying to be as thorough as I can. Not about what's going to happen in the future, but about what's happened in the past. If that makes any sense, right? And past performance is not indicative of future ROI, all that good shit. But our drop was 55%, right, during the last bear market, where we broke we broke a couple of the metrics that are going to break now, but we still continued higher. Right? So if we run that forward and we say, okay, let's say the same exact thing was to happen again. Again, things, you know, history doesn't repeat, but sometimes it rhymes. If that was to happen again, you could come all the way down to the end of brown path at 56 and still take out those highs and then go into a bear market. This shit would be insane. The amount of people that would get shaken out and like, yeah. No, it was the pump that came from futures. So the only part of this pump that wasn't expected, because remember, we were really close to the same situation that we're in right now. Price had dropped drastically without any sort of relief recovery yet. And everybody was staring at this chart right here saying, we have to get a relief, right? At some point, we're going to have to get a relief recovery up. So eventually, after some consolidation and some pain, we did get it, right? We swept the lows. And then we got that rally. But in my opinion, that rally should have ended here. Price comes up, puts in that higher low, comes down, and this is just a dead cat bounce. Right? But what happened here is that the SEC approved futures ETFs, long futures on Bitcoin. And they bidded it up. Double topped, took some of the liquidity up top, and then they flushed it. Right? So all I'm saying is that we've seen them pull this type of shit before. All right. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I hope that was clear and thorough. And I believe it's sitting at 1 hour in from the start of the stream. So if anybody missed and needs to go back and listen, it's at about 1 hour. Nah, thanks for listening. Being able to go over it over and over cements it for me too. So yeah, I say that to say this. We saw the difference between what that checklist looks like with a close underneath this 50 or a close above. So now the question for me is, the way I operate is, what's market makers' motivation? Because I know they realize it. Right? I don't see anything they don't see, so I know they see it. Are they content with leaving all of that liquidity above untapped and all of those vector gaps above untaken? Or do they still have what it takes to go up, clean up their mess, close their positions, take out the shorts that are all the way up to like 130? We don't even see there's so many shorts down here that the indicator won't even show me the shorts that are above. That's cute, Johnny. Not all of them, but I have a feeling some of them are on their last legs, man. I would love to be a fly on the wall inside of Wintermute right now. I think that Binance hit them a lot harder than they're willing to admit, because Binance is like their daddy. Yeah, but from a dead standstill, you know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. It's not that we haven't had pumps like this. We've seen pumps like this before. What we would need. The problem is from a standstill, from like zero volume, no liquidity. It's going to take news. Give me 1 second. I'll look at a couple alts in a minute. But honestly, guys, like, what happens with Bitcoin here is more important than anything else, because if we sweep low, your alts are getting are gonna go with it. Give me 1 second. I gotta get a couple things done here. I'm with y'all. I just need a second. Because Nvidia is propping up legacy all by itself. And if people don't feel like they're rich or don't feel like their investments are going to continue to do good, they sell, and they definitely don't go into riskier assets. But it doesn't affect BTC directly. Only through the people that trade BTC versus trade Nvidia. Sentiment more than anything. Nvidia doing well means that the bull market's not over for legacy. People tend to make that mean that the bull market's not over for crypto, right? So they're using it as a sign, trying to use it as a sign, I should say. Correlation wise, Bitcoin tends to trade as a tech stock. So tech sector good, Bitcoin good. Tech sector bad, Bitcoin bad. Now you can find that right on Khaled. You can find that right on TradingView. Just put in tape, TAPE. It'll say tape time and sales. Yeah, Jensen is the one that screwed that up. We saw the effect of Nvidia doing well. The problem is during that shareholder meeting, Jensen blew a lot of smoke up everybody's ass. And the next day, the SECQ report came out. And there was some not so good things in there when it came to inventory and when it came to future purchases. There was some weakness that they were trying to cover up. Remember I told you that news is the most effective when there's a divergence in expectations, right? So everybody being so hyped from that news coming out, from them beating earnings, from the forward guidance, to then having the bad news of what it looks like is an inventory surplus and a slowdown in purchasing agreements, makes people react. I'll take a look at Avantis, and somebody said AVAX. Right? Oh boy. I should have had this chart on the like 5 minute. It would have felt better opening it up. All right, all right, all right. Big old chunky W on the 5 minute. Nice buy pressure off the bottom. Decent support at the accumulation. Let me see what the volume looks like on our bottoms. Increase volume, increase volume. Magnet is gonna annoy the shit out of me. Here's your invalidation. Looks alright. You should have a big gap in your VPVR here. Unless I'm losing my touch, yeah. Big gap in the VPVR. Point of control is at about 50. If you can get above the 200, I'm looking for a straight shot to 50. And if you can get above those high volume nodes, then you can try to reach out for that 800. That's what I'd be looking for. Invalidation at 385. If it comes down underneath that, then it's time to reassess. Yeah, Zcash is popping too. We're at that 50 EMA, I think was, what was it, the hourly or something? Yeah. So here's that test we were looking for Zcash. That hourly test of the EMA. Right, if this breaks, I would like for it to come back down into that vector. If it rejects, I mean. Somebody said the other day that Brian Armstrong looked like a blank, and I can't unsee it. They said if we had human clones, that like you would have to raise full size blanks so that your clone wouldn't have to grow from the from young. And that Brian Armstrong looks like a blank. Every time I see him, I just see it now. It's the funniest shit ever. I imagine like 800 of him being stored in some facility somewhere. Bitcoin is going to put a little bit of juice behind all of these alts we just looked at right now. Let's get it. Yeah, the news is that we're tired of waiting, DJ. I just saw the news come across the timeline right now. It said crypto traders are tired of waiting. So I guess it's time now or something. This will be the push on the hourly above our 50 EMA. Right? This is what we're doing here, is that we're trying to shift bearish momentum on the hourly bullish. I already told y'all what I would do if I was in control. But I'm not. Nah, chill. Not straight to 100 either. We got to be smart about this. If I was the market maker and I took it straight to 100, y'all could fire me, because that's not what we want. Oh, nice, man. Nice little pop up. Come up to here. Come back down. Put in a W. Come up. Retest. But time-wise, this is not. This is when we need it to happen by, right? So let me respect time here a little bit. Come up. Pop down. Pop up. Come back. Retest. Consolidate. That's what I would do. That's life, one up. That's why you gotta enjoy all the bad shit that happens to you in life. It's the contrast that The contrast that matters. Sometimes you got to get kicked in the nuts to appreciate a hug. You know what I mean? That was the weirdest interaction I've ever seen, bro. With Trump and Mandami. So awkward. Those are two people that did not want to be in the same room with each other.
Yeah, Trump was kind of glazing him.
It was weird, bro. It was weird. It was weird.
You know what I think happened? I think
everybody
Trump
was
realized.
being super fake. You know what I mean? It was so weird.
I think Trump realized how young he is and how bad it looks from an optics standpoint to be going after some 30-year-old that just won the mayor of New York, coming from like a 70-year-old president that's like a billionaire. And because, dude, like the dude's pretty young. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, that was funny when the reporter was like, "So, Mandami, you've called Trump a fascist in the past. What do you?" And then Trump goes, "It's all right, bro. Just call me a fascist."
Yeah. That was hilarious. And then he nods. He's like, yeah.
He's like, "Don't backtrack or nothing, bro. Just stand on it. It's cool." I've been called worse. That's some funny shit. Hey, this is nothing if not entertaining. I'll tell you that much. I don't care what you think about the man. Politics are never as entertaining as when Trump is in office.
The guy's legitimately funny, actually.
I thought it was AI when I first saw it. When I saw it, I thought it was AI slap. I was like, oh, Sora is getting out of control. That's the same way I thought when I saw that picture of him and Powell at the construction site for the ballroom with the white hats on. But I would have paid money that was AI. And then I saw the clip. I was like, oh, shit. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second.
Yo, that was the shortest bear market ever.
We're just trying to break the unbreakable, bro.
That's it.
That's literally it. Damn, I left you guys with the chart for an hour and we're breaking out already. God damn. Shit, I should have done that 6 hours ago. I'm curious to know how the alts are reacting to this, though. That dominance is looking weird.
All right, I'm back. What are we at? 15-minute stopping volume candle. What do we get on the 5-minute? Yeah, stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. Really? This shit has felt like one of the longest ones to me. Maybe it's because of how much consolidation we did. But I feel like this bull market's been like 7 years long.
Yo, is it safe to come out yet?
Hey, what's going on, Drew?
Push it a little bit, man. I'm over here. I'm drowning, yo. I'm drowning. My scuba equipment's failing. I need oxygen.
No.
We underwater over here.
No buddy system.
We still swinging.
Middle of the night. What are you in right now?
What's that?
What are you in right now?
I'm still on WLFI, Doge, and Valor. I got 3 positions.
Why?
And some USD1. Luckily, still got a little bit of dry powder left. Just in case.
It's hard to call it, Jacko, because we didn't have trap longs. We had trap shorts. The closest thing we have to trap longs, and I don't like it for trap longs, is right here. Just because there was really no volume attached with those traps. Not a lot of people got trapped there at all. That's why I don't have it marked out. So any move up, we've got to trade by momentum. Because there's no way to... I mean, the only second alternative... Not even, bro. All of these are shit. There's no volume in any of these moves up. Which means there's very little trap traders.
Hoping this 9 o'clock candle gives us a little love.
Damn, I got it faded already.
This downtrend here, excuse me. So we understand where this green line comes from. This is our downtrend from 107. Right, that green line. That's currently what we're testing right now.
I mean, I'll step away for another hour if you guys want to keep going up. No problem.
I mean, why you gotta step away?
Because clearly watching it ain't helping, bro.
Yeah, I feel you.
WLFI did good today, though, right? I think it jumped up a
Yeah,
little bit. didn't it?
luckily, man, that's been doing pretty much. My Doge bag's still underwater though. I've been lowering my average at least.
At least it's a cheaper price to lower your average now, right?
Yep. I mean, my average is probably around 15.5 right now. My first big buy was at 16 when Elon was like, it's time, smiley face. I dropped all my Solana and just bought a big bag of Doge at 16. And now just been dollar cost averaging it. Got some WLFI and this other kind of mid micro cap Valor.
Nah, I'm just happy to see momentum picking up. Volume is nice.
Yeah. The way I'm gonna play it is even if we hit a bear market, I decided already I'm gonna hold keep swinging my positions, but I'm gonna play it as if that any day we could just get a surprise, and I'm just gonna keep on trying to dollar cost average and gaining my coin count on the coins I like. It's a dangerous game, but I don't plan on taking like huge profit anytime soon. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Let's do it. I've been hustling on the side too, so we good.
We're all hustling, bro. Facebook Marketplace is coming in clutch.
Anything these days, hell yeah.
Getting some shit off.
Bro, you have no idea. I had like 6 sales already.
Facebook Marketplace
use
is a good way to get rid of stuff really quickly. Yeah.
Next door, Craigslist.
I got one more juicy item. It's a Metallica guitar that I bought a year ago, bro. I wanted to teach myself how to play guitar and never got to it. And I don't know. I'm not trying to let it go for too cheap, but at the same time, it's like, coming in at that price right now, it's hard to tell.
Well, be careful because now you kind of dox yourself. If anybody looks up, someone selling Metallica guitar, they might know.
Is it rare?
Nah. There's a mother company, and there's like the sister company. So it's like there's LTD and ESP. So I got the sister company.
The way I always, because I mean I'm a collector too, bro. I've got shit that I like that I don't like to part with. But the way I look at it is, if it's meant for an investment, right? If it's not just gonna go to buy some other bullshit, if it's meant to like make some money, then I should be able to get 2 of them. If it's not rare, I should easily be able to reacquire what I got rid of. But if it's rare and the chances are you're not going to be able to find it, or if you do find it, it's going to be for way more than you paid, you know what I mean? That's when I'm like, I'm going to hold on to that.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that 100%. Everything else I got rid of real quick, like for the cheap too, just to like unhoard and kind of clean up a little bit. I heard you were doing the same thing today.
Yeah.
But this one piece though, it's like it's brand new, bro, like untouched. I haven't even gotten to it yet, and it's like the price I paid with the warranty from Guitar Center for 2 years. It's like and people are still trying to negotiate. I'm like, dude, come on, I'm giving you price of the fucking century over here. Sorry,
Yeah,
price of the year over here. But yeah, I feel you. If it's rare, yeah, if it's reacquirable, this shouldn't be an issue.
Barely. This is showing you support and the lack of support or the lack of volume at certain price points. Right, price moves fast through the dead areas and finds resistance at the high volume nodes. The VPVR.
We need Crypto Bacon here. He's got to say the line. What were you saying, Drew? Something about your girl?
But yeah, she got me all this stuff, and I was like, I'm just keeping this one little thing. It was like the cheapest thing. I was like, take everything back right now. She's like, for real? You don't want any of it? And I was like, nah. It's good. This is too big for me. This is too small for me, even though they fit perfect.
I was just gonna ask you, was it clothing?
Yes, most of it was clothing. But I was just like, she spent too much, and I was like, right now, you know, the way market is and everything, it's like, just take that back, you know. So
Your
then
girl
I'll be
gets you
asking her for
clothes.
another loan. Well, it was a special day of mine too, so you know.
Yeah, but it gets like, I know for me,
Yeah,
it's
sure.
like if your girls get, especially if it's even if it's using your money, it's like you got 4 outfits. I know there's 4 nights planned for those 4 outfits in your mind that you got those 4 outfits for. So it's not just the clothes. There's a to-do list that's gonna go along with this. I have a feeling. Oh, wear this one when we go to da da da, and this will be great on a trip to so and so. Like,
She hates this one jacket I wear. It's like, you know, it's just it looks a little worn and weathered, but you know, it's clean. She's trying to get me to get a new jacket. I'm like, nah, I don't need a new jacket. This one's good.
It's funny you say that, D, because my ex way back got me 7 pairs of bathing suits. Like pretty nice ones too, you know what I mean? And it was like, all right, you know, each one had a destination apparently.
Mm-hmm. That's premeditated.
Oh, for sure.
'I'm not gonna lie though, man. When it like, you know, when shit hit the fan and I really need to make some money to pay off like lawyers and stuff, and I started doing the DoorDash stuff, dude, it's like you can hustle. Anytime you need $300, $400, like if you're close to a big city, you can do it. If you wake up at 8 in the morning and work until 8 at night and you hustle all those 8 hours, you can do 300, $400.
The amount of people that need money and don't even have a car to have the opportunity to do that shit, you're 1000% correct, bro. That's when you're asked out. That's when it's really hard, right? You don't have a car,
Well,
you
you can do
can't
it
get
on
to
bikes.
interviews, you got to go on public. But if you got a car and you need money, it's like, that's easy, bro.
I mean, there's
And it's
heads
so
doing it on
quick.
bikes too. There's a lot of heads doing it on bikes.
Yeah, that is true. I got a buddy who's pairing up with his sister, bro, because he doesn't have a car, but his sis does, and they team up on like on the Grubhubs and the DoorDashes and all that.
Damn right.
Yeah, man. Once you get in the rhythm, man, it's loot. I was surprised, dude. I was like, I had some money left over too. I wasn't expecting to make that much.
Gabriel, how'd you manage that? Said I'm accidentally up 900% on Toshi. What, did you fat finger a trade or something and it just went the right way?
Did it just rip or something? I got some Toshi dust in one of my wallets. I should check on that.
25% move for Toshi. Oh, damn. Yeah. 28%. Shit.
Is that a
Hello
good
there.
sign for Biddy?
Somebody
I
just
got in
decided it was
decaf
a really good time to buy some Toshi.
at 490.
Nice.
Could have been better.
That almost sounds like some push-ups.
Yeah, you might as well stop selling me that because I'm incapable of doing it.
Could always do mental push-ups.
Oh, okay. There.
Use your knees if you have to, man. Pause.
Yeah, that was
My,
crazy.
my back is wrecked.
That was crazy.
And then he said my back is wrecked too. That's a pause also.
Gun to my head. Top internet. Rough, man. Rough because a lot of the macro is pointing towards that direction. But it is showing a stall in liquidity. And the 4-year cycle disciple in me is like, bro, 4-year cycle, we hit the, you know what I mean? What more do you want? Big red flag on your indicator. You're at the top of the cycle by timing. You said you would respect timing over everything else this time. And then the macro economist side of me is like, oh man, there's still so much liquidity sitting there. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me to assume that that liquidity continues and doesn't come into Bitcoin. So I would say I'm probably 55 to 60% sure. But not sure, obviously, because you can't be sure of only. But I'm probably like 55 to 60% on the side that we haven't seen the top yet. Which is interesting because that's about how much money I have on the line for my portfolio. Remember what I tell you, like, if you're trying to figure out how much the TPE or how much to put out as a stop loss, like, use how sure you are about something. Right, so since I'm only 60% sure, then yeah, 40% has been completely de-risked. And my trading style has already changed, right? I'm already trading way more defensively. But the macro side of me is still waiting for those final sort of confirmations.
That actually makes sense. Now I see why I'm 99% in.
I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. It helps with those 50-50 times too, right? Like, this could top out here, could not. This could top out 50-50. Well,
I mean,
if you're 50-50, you should probably de-risk what you're unsure of.
If you're long-terming it and don't even want to worry about if you're right or wrong, though, and you just want as many, let's say, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Doge, I guess it's like, in my opinion, if this is a long-term play, at least 5 years or something, 4 years, just, keep on buying whenever you got a little bit of money and take a chill. Non-financial advice, of course.
I don't know, man. My conviction is in. I'm just sleeping on that. 5 years is kind of crazy, though. 4 years sounds a little more tolerable. I don't know.
Enlightened Goat said long-terming alts is kind of rough, yeah, definitely, especially if it's not the right alt. But if you got like one of the top ones, like, I don't think it would be too bad. Just DCAing for 5 years, I don't think you come out super wrecked, even if it doesn't perform. Even let's say like Ethereum.
Bear market's only going to last a year. Even if you have an extended bear market, worst case, you're talking a 2-year DCA. Absolute worst case.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, be careful what you're DCAing into because some of this shit's not coming back.
Exactly. But like, let's say Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, some other things that, seem to be sticking around. Just, I think that's a very safe way to be like, all right, I know I might not make money next week. I might not even make money next year. even for 2 years. But I know, you know, I want to be in this first cycle and accumulating as many coins as I can and step out the other end of it, really nice.
That's literally the only thing sitting in the pit of my stomach, though. The yeah, I'm expecting Zuzi to jump on right now. Just the delisting aspect of it, right? Like, what's to stop something from getting delisted?
You just got to
Well, I
make
mean,
sure that it's
let's say,
something big. You don't want to be getting in shit that
yeah.
one exchange delisting could kill the project.
I mean, do you see Ethereum getting delisted? Do you see Solana getting delisted?
Nah,
Do you
of course
see
not.
Or even if
XRP
it
getting
did,
even
Solana's a
XRP
good
did get delisted.
Solana's a good example, right? Solana got pulled off a bunch of exchanges when it was going through that SEC shit. Remember, they had. I don't even think did Robinhood put them back yet, or they're still not back on
Yeah, they're
Robinhood.
back. I think they're back on.
But when it's an actual project that's actually putting out, and has real TVL, like they can survive that. Versus something like, let's say, Gala. Right, Gala was a good project, just didn't have a lot of money coming through it. Right, TVL sucked, wasn't a lot of activity. When Coinbase didn't list Gala V2, which was basically like a delisting, right? Gala went from V1 to V2. Coinbase said, cool, we're not going to offer V1, but we're not going to start offering V2. And that hurt Gala a lot. It depends on the project.
What was the market cap on Gala?
It was, I mean, compared to Ethereum or Solana, super low, but it wasn't like a micro cap or anything. Probably like
I'm just worried about I'm using BitUnix. I'm just worried about my coin being delisted from, like, what would I have to do? Would I have to transfer my coins if I don't want to sell?
Yeah. You'd have to move them out to an exchange that still sells them.
And they
Coinbase
give you
does.
they give fair warnings. Usually they give you at
Yeah.
least 4 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But
The
usually it goes
biggest
down to the
biggest
shitter.
fear is that the delisting creates fear and people dump. And then, you know what I mean? So you still get to sell, but they still screw you on the worth of it.
Yeah, because I think BitUnix just recently, like when I started trading, I literally actually joined BitUnix because they were one of the platforms that actually supported MOG. To be honest with you, Coinbase had it, but you can't trade between like certain
Well, yeah,
numbers. You know what I mean?
you
So
shouldn't be worried. I wouldn't worry about MOG getting delisted because it's probably going to be on Coinbase for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So
but
like
it's
you're
so
safe on
low,
there.
bro. It's so low.
There's
And
so
if
many.
it
Look,
goes
there's
even
so
lower,
many so low though. It's still kind of. It has a little.
And you can sell them
You
on
know.
you could always get rid of it on a bunch of different exchanges too. And even dexes,
Yeah.
like MOG is everywhere.
Yeah, MOG's pretty big. So you're still pretty much. It's not rug territory. There's still locked liquidity. And there's volume, but it's low. But so are a lot of the other ones. I mean, look, this one, Binance US, was pushing wrecked, and it got super wrecked. I mean, did you see what happened? Did you see what happened to Stonks? I mean, these things are just happening. It's like nonchalant, dude.
It's called wrecked, bro.
Yeah, and it was like, what do you expect? And as soon as
Like, come on, I told
they
you,
put a
bro. I
tweet out,
can't.
yo,
I can't,
yeah, I
man.
couldn't believe it. Though. I was like looking, I was like, I remember this. Like this dude, Wizard of Soho, was pushing it a little bit, and I was like, all right, I'll mess with this dude. And then it's like I saw Binance US tweeted the other day, and then I started doing some more research. And while I was looking at the chart, someone just dumped, probably Binance, someone from there, but dude, they dumped so heavy. You can look at the chart. I'm not touching it.
reminds me of that one guy that was in here one time. And I think he created his own coin or something. He's like, yeah, but I choked. My username was Master Rugger or something like that. Some random guy. But yeah, so as long as Coinbase still holds it, I'm chilling then, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like
I
a pretty
mean,
big.
even DeFi, dude, you're gonna be chilling on MOG. I think you're good, even if it gets delisted.
You could send it
as
to
long as
any
you're not
hot
using
wallet right now. You
wallets.
probably get it right from the hot wallet. You'd be able to get it out. You send that to a MetaMask, you'd be able to sell it right on the wallet. Worst case scenario.
That ETF just pushed me to stay in longer, man. Like the first meme coin ETF like that. I just figured I'm already down
No,
this
what's good
much.
about MOG is you got some kids running around like foot soldiers out there trying to do it. They'll go to some of these events and some of these meetings, and they'll try to be out there. So that's good. I mean, it seems like they're still active, but yeah.
MOG might be one of the ones that make it to the next cycle. That's a big, don't quote me on that. But community wise, they've got enough of a culture going that they seem to get enough joy just like chilling with each other online. Like it's not even as much about what the price of Mog is doing.
Yeah, I think Mog will be chill.
Yeah, I was trying to read the charts from like it came out what July 2024, and I saw like the lows, which we're pretty much at now. So I'm like, okay, if it survived through that to get through this cycle or this year or whatever, I figured,
Did it underperform Pepe these last few months?
Probably.
I think, yeah, I think so. Bonk, I think Bonk was the biggest competitor, but the market cap on Bonk is crazy compared to Mog.
Well, Bonk gets some injection too. Bonk gets a lot of artificial injection help, which whatever. It is what it is. But I mess with Bonk a little bit.
I was holding both at one point, and I noticed that when Bitcoin was getting its rally up, there was like what do you call it? Like it would be one or the other, right? Like Bonk would jump up and Mog would just either stay where it's at, and then once Bonk would start to like decrease, you'd see Mog jump up. So they would alternate. I guess like the order where the money would flow.
Yeah, there's some interesting new like the USD1 pairs. They're getting extra help. I guess like the WLFI ecosystem wants to help their volume, and there's a bunch of like new coins coming out. Some of them already have pretty big market caps, past 20, 30 million, 40 million. And I think there's going to be like a new meta with like these USD1 coins coming out this next cycle because it's like Donald Trump has to push it. That's going to be his stable coin. So it's like anything that's messing with USD1, if they're getting like rewards, in-house injection, or scoop up for meme reserves or whatever the hell they're doing, I think it's going to translate to, pushing over to the next bull market whenever it starts, or if this continues for the alts. I think the alt market hasn't started, so it's like, all right, maybe Bitcoin's chilling. It's a little handicap right now, but I still think alts can get in second gear.
If this is not over.
Yep. We got what, 1 day left?
We go into a bear market and everybody agrees that we're in a bear market and Bitcoin is treating it as if it's a bear market. I'm not holding any alts. Not financial advice. Nobody's dad, but not me. Not again. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. Fool me 4 times, I really gotta just get a new profession or something.
I think for me it would just hurt too much to like, if I was not exposed, I'd rather
We
like
went through
be
this whole shit
exposed
during
and
the last bear drill. I remember with Doge, bro. It was so
yeah, I
hard.
know, but I'm saying like, but I know the pain already. So like, I'd rather take the pain of holding and accumulating, and just sticking it through, than just like missing the run, not being exposed if it just pops out of nowhere and I'm like fumbling to get a buy and trying to chase the green. Like I hate chasing the green so bad. So I'm just like, all right, I'm just gonna every week just buy a little bit of this red.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. My bad. I'm over here smacking on a low pop. Pause.
Nah, you go, bro. We can't even tell. But yeah, nah, I saw like my coin is down already 84% from the top. And you said usually it's like what, 90, 95 for the bear market?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, that doesn't mean that's okay. So, like, take your look. This is why that doesn't. This is why that can get tricky. What were you looking at? You were looking at
Mog.
Mog.
I'm pretty sure it was like 84, 85% ready.
Right.
I took 50% profits at the top, but I rebought in a little bit too early.
So let's assume that's the top, right? Why is this? Hold on, let me go to. Oh, it's because of how many zeros there are on it. Right. So that's 90% down from the top already. At least on Poloni Exodus. Poloni Exodus. Now, let's say it goes down another 90% from here.
Another 90%?
Just so 90% drop, right? Red market starts 90% drop. Like, well, we're already at 90%. How can it go another 90%? Well, if you pull this down to that 90% drop, then you have a 99% drop. Right? At these levels, the difference between 1, 2, 3% could give you 50, 60% from where we are. So you can't look at it like they're only supposed to drop 90%. We've already dropped 70%. That means that we're 3/4 of the way. It doesn't, the math doesn't work out like that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's an abyss down there. You got to be careful of.
Unfortunately,
expands like
yes.
the poltergeist hallway.
This wick, right? Like, I mean, even if you came all the way down to 0, right? On the way down, you're never gonna go more than. You just stick at 100 until it gets ridiculous. So yeah, it could always go back down. I mean, honestly, I would probably think that this has the possibility of coming back down to these.
The crazy part is that's what I had marked on my chart.
These order blocks.
What's that price at? Like 18, right? Whatever. How many zeros? 18? 1.8?
1.3 to 2.5.
Yeah. I was looking at that like weeks ago, bro. And I was like, there's no way it goes down that low. So basically, tomorrow's going to make it or break it by CME close to make a decision.
But there's also, that's the question, right? That's what everybody's trying to figure out. Because I know most people are underwater, right? Let's keep it a buck. You're underwater on your alt, and you're already at the point where you're willing to take that L, but something is telling you that we haven't had a relief rally, and you much rather sell here if you have to sell than sell here. And you're not wrong for feeling that way. Everybody feels that way right now. Everybody's literally staring at their chart thinking exactly the same thing. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I'm just saying, like, no, you're not alone, right? And know that you're smarter than most, because most people just said, screw it, I'm out. And they don't even understand the possibility of there being a relief rally, right? They just think that's it, it's done. And they could be right. Sometimes those people end up being right and you fail forward. But you're not wrong for being cautious.
My average is at 7.4 right now. I could have taken a nice lick on that last rally we had at 6 point something.
Yeah.
But I got a little greedy and I didn't take as much as I should have. So I'm kind of I'm chilling. I'm still here. I'm here with you, bro. I'm bullish.
No, you could still be bullish and still do push-ups.
I still need push-ups though, bro. I've been slacking on my chest. I'm not gonna lie.
What's your question, Rocket? Oh, what's going on, bud? You weren't. Nobody was silenced. It's YouTube is doing something stupid. I don't understand what. They just changed everybody's names up. I'll check to see, but you shouldn't have been. The mods would time you out if you said something, but they wouldn't hide you. I'll ask. Let me see if your name's on the list just in case, but
I appreciate you going over that, by the way, D. Thank you. I wasn't expecting another 95 on the 95. That's actually pretty bananas.
yeah, it sucks, man.
Yeah,
Like
that
some of
happened
these
to me.
things have been beat up, man.
That happened to me with Brain Trust. Death spiral down the abyss. Feel like you're like just frying in a pan. The temperature's slowly getting up. It's like, yeah, it's gonna reverse one of these days. I'm getting more and more. I'm dollar cost averaging. And just goes down lower and lower and lower, and all of a sudden you're looking at your portfolio and you had $300,000 and now you only got $2,000. Still talking
Oh my
smack
god.
because you think it's gonna reverse and you're down your last $1,000, and then you finally give up.
How long of a death spiral was that? How long did that go down for?
I went down for like 4 weeks. It's still going down. I mean, look at it. It's like it's terrible. Brain trust. And what's crazy is Coinbase put it out like it's a Coinbase Ventures, backed project, had all these big
the
names on
future
it. So
of
my
the
mouth was,
future of
yeah,
recruitment.
exactly.
I
Dude, my
remember,
mouth was
man.
watering. It was like, and I was itching to get like a first day, like be one of the first buys on Coinbase and catch that first pump because that was the days before like the curse of Coinbase was a thing. And I guess it was like it set off the curse of Coinbase. Like I caught the first curse. But then luckily they gave me the blessing of Shib, and Shib worked me out of it somehow, man. Oh, praise Hail Mary and all that. And it was one of those trades, and it worked out and got me back on my feet. So I can never hate on Shib. I used to hate on it until that happened.
That's crazy, bro. Happy you got out of it though. Yeah, I've been rolling down for 5 months now, but I got my conviction, right? That's what we
Oh
stick
yeah,
to.
no, I'm right now. That was a while ago. Right now, I'm definitely down. Since that whole 10-10 event, I'm in the slaughterhouse. Like I'm still working my way back up.
Yeah, it's everybody, bro. I didn't listen to you, D. Should have de-risked much more than I did.
It's all right,
It's all good
man. Those bad decisions become very good lessons that you don't. Those are the ones you don't forget. Like those rules, you won't ever question that shit again because it literally happened to you. You didn't have to trust anybody. You didn't have to like. No, I remember what that felt like, and we're not doing that again.
But you know what's crazy? Is like, all right, I'm in the slaughterhouse, but I still got to think back and step back and really look at the grand scheme of things. And it's like, yo, I got more coins, and these are the coins I believe in, than I did before the slaughterhouse. So is it a blessing in disguise? We shall see. But that's what I'm hoping for. It's a blessing in disguise for me to just get more of the coins I believe in.
As
Nah,
long
for
as you
sure.
know that there's a decent chance that you'll be DCing for at least a year, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Like we're not guaranteed immediate returns on investment on any of this shit.
Exactly.
Man, scrolling through this list of blocked people is like a stroll down memory lane.
How big is the list? How many names you got?
Yo, it's actually bigger than I expected, but it's because of the bots. Most of these guys are bots, but the names I do recognize. Like, you ever walk into a bar and you're like, this place is full of assholes.
Yeah.
That's what this list is like. Butthead, I don't see you here, bro. I thought maybe you caught a stray when they were trying to snipe the bots earlier. But you're not on the list. I'm taking one last little stroll through it to check though.
Could be something he caught from a different channel or something. Maybe it was like, you know what I mean? Universal. Twist Gloomy said he thinks it's in sub only mode, like right now.
Is it in sub only mode? Nah,
I
there's
don't
white.
think
There's
so. It's white, yeah.
yeah, there's gray names. No, Butthead's not in here right now. That's why you guys aren't seeing his messages. He's on his alt. Let me
No,
see
I
if I
can.
can figure it out.
He's in his butthead too, and I see him as butthead and Doge Rocket.
Oh, really?
He just
I haven't
talked like
seen.
in the last 2 minutes. As
I
butthead.
don't see Butthead. I just
I
see
don't
Doge
see
Rocket.
Butthead either.
Doge Rocket. Yeah, I only see
What
Doge
the hell?
Rocket.
What did you do, Butthead?
I'll send you a screenshot in a second, Dbloc.
All right.
It's probably why you got delisted, bro. Don't be saying bungholes.
Damn, Butthead's on a whole different. They put you in a whole different. They put you in a whole different shadow realm, bro. Talk about shadow ban. They'd send you to the shadow realm. I can't see you, but I've only not been able to see you today. Like, I remember you talking yesterday or the day before for sure. So for me, it's a new thing. I wonder who else is talking and nobody could see him. I'm telling you, YouTube. I think YouTube's screwing up, man. Something with the names switched a lot of shit up. They're messing the chats up. Oh wait, I got
It's
it
that
on.
Epstein stuff, man.
It might be me. Hold on, I had it on top chat. There we go. Guys, make sure you switch to live chat. I had it on top chat. Butthead, on your kid's device, go to the top. If you have it on top chat, it shows
Oh yeah, I can see Butthead now. Yeah.
it blocked spam or whatever. Yeah, I can see you now too, Butthead.
Yeah, mine was said the same way. Good call.
I always forget about that. I don't know why they don't have a default live chat instead of the other way, but whatever.
I'll switch back and forth, but if the chat rate isn't high, it's the same. I think once the chat rate's at 11 right now. I think once the chat rate gets above a certain thing, they start to cut down things that look like spam. They leave it out.
Right. Yo, Butthead, why you spamming?
So I'm on live chat, but I still don't see Butthead in the chat. Okay, now I do. Now I do. No, I see him. I see him. Okay.
YouTube
Yo,
thinks
D, you
you're
ever-
spam, bro.
Yeah, he is spamming. I'm not gonna lie.
That's crazy.
You ever think of going live on Twitch, yo? Because you know on OBS,
Yeah.
you can stream at the same time, right?
Yeah,
you just gotta
yeah.
click the button.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it lately, like with these new YouTube rules. I was talking to the guys earlier about it, like, and girls. We need to protect ourselves from something bad happening with that AI shit and some stupid shit happening, like losing the channel or something.
Yeah.
So joining the
Get on
Discord
Twitch,
is
get
the
on
best
Rumble.
way. I'm gonna open the Telegram. Telegram's gonna be free to everybody. Mods will give the link out. Telegram's just gonna be for listen. Telegram's gonna be a jungle, y'all. That shit's gonna be unmoderated. It's literally even if all you want to do is join the Telegram and then delete the app. is just so that we have your contact, right? Just so that if anything was to happen, if YouTube comes out tomorrow and says no more crypto content, and we all decide that, you know, we'll go to whatever, Twitch or Kick or X, whatever it is, we'll have a place to keep everybody together in the same place. But yeah, I've thought about Twitch. I've thought about Kick because you can multi-stream. Well, I'm gonna get into all that shit during the bear.
X.
Yeah, I'm gonna get all of that
X.
shit set up during the bear so that during the next bull, it's just easy. You know, one hit button, set up everything straight. Give us some time to build community up on different.
And worst comes to worst, man. If everything goes down, you could always find them on dbloc.eth. Find me at thru.eth. We chilling. We online in the blockchain.
Yeah, now we're gonna protect the community and make sure that it's not so. And YouTube, I love you, but you know what I'm saying. I gotta the saying. I'm here for as long as you'll have me. But that AI has been blocking a lot of channels out lately.
Sounds like what I deal with.
Yeah, everybody's going through the same shit. But multi-streaming the X should be easy. I'm telling you, I'll take care of all that shit. Like I told you guys from the beginning when you first came in here, like I'm a trader first and foremost. I'm not an influencer. I'm just barely a YouTuber by definition. But during the bear, we're gonna knuckle up and knock some of these things out.
Yeah, I respect it.
The next bear market should be way more clean, way more crisp, a little more professional. Yeah, that's what I was seeing, Lippy. That's what I was saying. Probably Kick and X. And then the only way I would go to Twitch is if, you know, YouTube didn't want me anymore.
Keep on saying that word Twitch, and you never know.
Shit.
Look at Doge popping up, huh?
Speed started streaming on Twitch, and YouTube gave him his own, fully produced show. Like YouTube production is something that's never been done before. Like they literally said, "Look, we're gonna do speed pro athlete shit. We're gonna put you with all the pro athletes. We're gonna fly you around. We're gonna record it. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave." Please don't leave.
Don't go.
Yeah, Twitch is rough, yo. Unless you're gonna sit in an inflatable pool, smash bananas against your forehead.
Yeah, I saw like Wiz Khalifa's Twitch. I was like, man, you're doing the same stuff you guys were doing in high school up on Twitch right now. Is this what we're doing? They're doing like spin the bottle, like, you know, nose hit shots, like dabs and like yeah.
Yo, there's a lot of money. Listen, that's where the money. That's honestly, there's a lot of money over there, bro. But you have to have your community already, right? But there's a lot of money over
like
there.
he had like 500, 600 listeners, or viewers. There wasn't that many. I mean, there's some fives in the chat, 5 W's in the chat coming and all that. But
listen, if I was an artist, I would 1000% be streaming.
Hell yeah.
IRL streams, desktop streams, studio streams, help pick my next album cover streams. I would 1000% be streaming. Because that loyal community that you get on Twitch, and I don't mean like here, you know, like y'all a fan, right? But you're here specifically for one reason. You want to know about crypto and then the rest of the shit is cool on top of it. But like those followers on Twitch, like they don't care if you're riding your bike or if you're cooking a hot dog or if you're going to work. Like they just want to see what's going on. You know what I mean? And that's the type of community that when you drop an album is automatic buys, right? You know that you got them. And then that ad money from Twitch is nice too. You know what I'm saying? YouTube ad money is cool too. The more people get in here, it starts to add up. I mean, it's gotten a little better. Not as much as people think though. You gotta have like hundreds of thousands of viewers or followers. But it's enough to keep the LEDs on, which is good. It's all I ever really wanted from YouTube was that it helped make the channel and everything self-sufficient. Kick is super toxic. That's the one thing that's the only reason I haven't gone over there yet, is because they got that gambling stink on them. You know what I mean? And I don't want this to be, but because of that, you can feel free to give, you know, TA without worrying that something's gonna look like a setup or like somebody's gonna think you're giving financial advice or something, you know? There's not as many Karens on Kick.
Yeah. No, but Twitch is super clean though. That ad money does add up really quick, surprisingly.
Yeah, some of them are, Dustin. Some of them are. The success of the ones that weren't, like FaZe started as just them, right? But then it became the institution. Right? Then you got groups like AMP that started, like AMP that started alone, did well because of one of the main streamers. And then now you have everybody else that's trying to. So yeah, at this point, you've got major corporations that are stepping in like, hey, you and you come together. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for the house. We'll set up the cameras and all that. But some of them still do it organically. I think people know who the plants are. Like those plants tend to like stick out. And then some of them will sell into contracts too, Dustin. Right? They'll get like approached once they're big and they're like, hey, you know, we'll manage you. We'll take care of everything. The smart ones turn it down. Like I think Kai turned down like a 20 mil contract from Kick because they wanted to control how many hours he streamed. One thing I'll tell you though is this generation knows it's worth more than the older generation, more than my parents did. Right? Like they're willing to turn down like you hear these massive checks being turned down, and then you think about the generation before ours where if you wanted a music contract, you just signed whatever they put in front of your face. You know, 360 deal for a couple $1,000, whatever, just to be signed. Just getting smarter, I guess, you know? The app option is interesting. The problem with the app is that so what you get from the reason that I'm cool with YouTube and they can take their percentage and all that is because I understand what YouTube provides. Right? YouTube provides the marketplace, right? The eyes. On the app, it's like, yeah, you can keep the community you have, but growing the community becomes more difficult. But at that point, you really need to advertise and shit like that. But people are like, yo, you know, YouTube takes so much. And it's like, bro, go on Twitch. If you go on Twitch and you're brand new, you're sitting down in the basement, bro. Nobody's going to find you. Like, you have to scrub and search. I mean, even now, honestly, since I don't play the YouTube game fully, which I need to, right? Which is like dropping shorts and dropping recorded content. They don't suggest the channel to too many people. You'll get it sometimes on suggested channels and you'll get it on your front page if you're a subscriber, but they don't really tend to push you if you're not, you know, playing the game the way you're supposed to, I guess. Shorts will be easy. I'm going to get like an AI clipper to start doing shorts. That part shouldn't be difficult. That'll probably be the first thing I knock out during the bear.
Bro, you kill it on the shorts. You kidding me with the content you get in here? Shorts will be big, but yeah, on Twitch, I'll be honest with you, bro. In the beginning, I started all, you know, I started searching in there. You don't got too much competition over there though, so you shouldn't be too far down.
Yeah, I that is, there's not a lot of TA guys on Twitch at all.
You got a couple, a handful at most, really, that
Mhm.
stand out. So you'd probably kill it, honestly.
Building the Twitter
Especially with,
community is important too. That's something I've been slacking on that I need to take more seriously.
I gotta clean my shit up, man. I listened to you and I made a Twitter, and I followed whatever I could, just for TA and stuff, like
Yeah.
just to get a sentiment. But I'm getting all those freaking like, oh, give me a like and comment, you get 25 of this.
First
Right.
1,000 likes gets $1,000 in soul or some stupid shit.
So many, bro. I don't know how they're getting there either, because I'm not following anybody, but they're
They
following me,
follow
and it's
you.
like,
They
yeah.
go to the names that you're following for a good TA and you're following for alpha, and they go to their followers list and then they just follow them and flood their followers. Kind of hard to stop that. I appreciate that, Dustin. Yeah, that's not a bad idea either, right? Getting people to send in their favorite clips and stuff. During the bear market, we're gonna do a lot of just hanging out during the bear market, so we'll do a lot more community based stuff for sure. Yeah, Scott, but that's it. That's exactly the type of shit that needs to be done on Discord because YouTube is starting to crack down on, let's say, TA that's too specific. It's signals, right? They're trying to cut down on signals groups. But I mean, the way we do shit, if I'm doing my job correctly, your entries and stop losses and exits are all. I try to show you guys how to find those for your own. Yeah, that's the problem, that it's not humans, right? I don't have a problem with any human reviewing the channel. I don't think any human that reviews the channel would think that we're giving out signals, right? It's the AI I'm worried about. But I don't plan on doing anything different than I've already been doing, right? I've already been moving that way anyways because I know that that's not the type of group I want to have, that people just come to just get signals, right? Because then they tend to just come, get the entry, the stop loss, the exit, don't listen, and then when it doesn't play out, they don't understand why, and it's all your fault. Good night, Lippy. I'm gonna have to pick your brain when it comes to when I start to get into editing these clips and shit. Nah, it's cool. You're more experienced than I am, even if you're new. So I'll try to learn everything you've learned till now, and then we'll both figure that shit out. From what I hear, it's significantly easier now with AI, so it's a good time. I guess it's a good time to be new. I appreciate that, Mazi.
On Facebook, it does that for you automatically.
What happened, Matt?
Facebook takes your live stream and splits it into clips for you to post.
Yeah, there's a couple that do that. I mean, for me, the problem is that it had so like the way I would want my clips would like I would want the TA clipped and then a clip of it playing out and then a clip of the explanation after it hit after. You know what I mean? So it's like really like some of the AI ones that I've seen, what they do is they take sections of when people are talking and they'll clip that out and keep the sort of conversational part. It'll be interesting. I'm planning on doing some cool shit. I plan on doing some cool shit with some of the conversations we have too. I think it'd be funny as hell to see some of the arguments that we've had in here, but like animated. I think it'll also make people a little bit more cautious about some of the dumb arguments they get in. Be like, I'm not trying to end up on a clip. Let me chill out, yo. I'm gonna end up on a clip for sure. I got you, Mazi. I plan on doing more comprehensive sort of basic training like boot camp, right? During the summer, but we can talk about one-on-ones after that for people who feel like they need. I mean, one-on-ones are important. The thing is that like you can help people in a group setting, but unless I know your exact situation, right? Like everybody's situation is different. So we can cover all of the general shit, and then if there's anything that's still unanswered, then we can look into that for sure. Yeah, that's simple shit like that is what I'm talking about, Mar. Like, you know, this is what the liquidity looks like for the day, 15 seconds short. You know, couple of arrows highlighting max liquidity, 2 or 3 sentences, boom, done. It's all going to come down to this weekly close, MB. You want this weekly to close above 100, and that's a big ask. But not an impossibility. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think it is. I mean, our measured move takes us to 90. We've already got above the 50 EMA and the 200 on the 15. I'm targeting that 800 EMA as my next level of resistance, personally. But we need to break this downtrend, right? Like, we haven't come far enough above this downtrend to call it a break yet. And we just had this section of the chart here, right, where we broke and came back down underneath. So if we can break that and get into these liquidations, then that's what I'm looking for. Step one. You see this big gap in the VPVR? That's what my trade is. Come up, fill that gap, and then we'll reassess at that point. It's also the point of control on the larger time frame, or when you back up more. But this gap right here, right, our last little bit of resistance before, in my opinion, this starts to actually move. Right there. This high volume node. Typical Saturday sluggishness, unfortunately.
So you think this is like a deviation above the trap, and then we go down for a deviation below, or
Possibly.
do you think it's a false move up?
No, I think it's us. I think it's what I was saying earlier, where market maker likes to bring that CME close in between the psychological ranges. So that was that push. If price was to continue and squeeze, then price would squeeze, right? Motivation for market maker above is only, hold on. Market maker for motivation above on the 15-minute is only one fold, right? The 800 EMA. That's the only mean reversion target that he hasn't hit yet. But not going to pay for the whole trip. So they'll easily come back to the 15, to the 50 if they have to. Your daily open is down at 84.7. You know, so that would be the deviation back into the trap that you're talking about. Whether it continues to go for a deviation down would just depend on how many longs filled in right there. Right now, it seems more aggressive to the top. Right? Bears are hitting this way heavier than the bulls are. But we are at that trend line that takes us all the way back up to 107. So not breaking that at the first go isn't super surprising, right? You would kind of expect. You would kind of expect to at least pattern out there a little bit.
Man, just looking at the timeline, it's a dirty world out there. You got like accounts like Gemini, Winklevoss twins out there clowning people about working at McDonald's. Say, imagine that you got wrecked and you actually had it apply. And, you know, I mean, respect if you work at McDonald's, no non-respect, but yo, the way they're going at it, it's just like, damn, just have a little dignity, you know?
If you got wrecked and you have to go work at McDonald's, it's not easy to be on crypto Twitter because it's just all McDonald's jokes for real.
Yeah, for real. But even though, like, even if it's not McDonald's, just like getting wrecked, it's like, you know, I could understand us retail making jokes about it, but you know, like the casino joking about it, it's like, come on, man, really? Y'all gonna do that like that? Like if you know, if some casino really did that, no one would go back. But it's like crypto heads don't care. That Monad seems that's going to be big. MONAD. Coinbase had a pre-sale. It's the first time they ever did a pre-sale for their retail. They're saying it's a fair chance for everybody to get a fair entry on a fair launch. But I still suspect when it launches, it's going to get dumped. It's probably going to pump a little bit. Did you hear about it yet? MONAD.
Monad, yeah.
And Solana's all over it right now. They got some kind of partnership or something. Damn, why am I getting commercials for dating 50 women 50 and over on a YouTube? On your channel, Dbloc.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I never
It's like the
know.
third time.
I never know what the commercials are gonna be. That's funny.
You know, my commercials are either always they're to get some men's jewelry or some like AI trading app or dating women over 50.
That's funny. I don't know. It's my demographics, man. That has more to do with whoever
If it's
follows
with
my
me,
channel than anything
yeah.
else.
Yeah, I remember at one point when I was working nights, my premium canceled or it ran out and I didn't renew it because you guys were like talking about it and stuff. I couldn't do it, man. I did it. I did it for like 3 weeks. I was getting jewelry commercials, dating commercials, and Kraken. That's all I would get, man. Kraken commercials left and right.
That's funny. What's going on, Bat? We're trying to see if we can break through here. We can break through this uptrend. We can clear some of these licks. Yeah, I mean, so far, if we want to, if we're just talking like 5 minute scalp strategy or 15 minute, right? We've got clear bullish momentum. But this is just small time frame stuff, right?
Why does it feel like we're getting the tariff dump now? Like we're lagging behind the S&P and the other major indices. Like they got hit worse on the tariff dump than we did, but it feels like we're getting hit that bad right now. It's just like the velocity. I mean, the velocity is kind of similar, but there's no like, I don't know, the bounce back is not quite the same. I guess we don't have Donald Trump coming out saying, hey, it's a good time to buy Bitcoin.
We also don't have
His
recent memory of all-time highs. It's a lot easier to excite people on legacy since they've been absolutely killing it.
Does it not feel like that though? The amount of fear and like the sentiment that there was for a couple days there with the S&P, like we're getting that now in crypto, but it's like a little bit
I don't know.
slower and
To
more
me, it
drawn
just
out.
feels like the liquidity was drained out of the market and people reacted to it, which is, I mean, technically what happened on the government shutdown. Not enough money in the pot to keep the
Well,
machine
I guess
going.
people, yeah, I guess old school whales that have been holding for a long time, like they saw a chance where they finally had enough liquidity to sell into, like without suffering too much slippage. So they just started selling little bits off.
Yep.
But little bits to them is really pretty enormous bits to us.
The thesis is called the Bitcoin IPO moment. So it's basically like that point when a company goes public where everybody that's been working for the company in private to build it up gets a payday. Right? You finally are now getting institutional money in, right? So you can cash out and that money replaces your money so it doesn't destroy your business, but you're able to finally get a true payday. Right? So there was a lot of that. There was a lot of old wallets that came out and sold off to institutions. There's a lot of old wallets that came out for safety reasons to switch into newer wallets because of some of the security concerns we've had lately. And that those same security concerns have taken a lot of old wallets and made them decide, you know what, I'm gonna sell the Bitcoin and just buy the ETF because I don't want these risks going forward into the future. And they didn't have option to just buy the ETF when they originally bought, right? So there's a lot of that going on. I'll leave this on the 5 minute. I gotta go see where the hell. So what you're looking for is for your 13 to cross your 5, right? Ignore the dots. We know how this works. 15 EMA, 50 EMA, right? Bullish momentum. As soon as your 13 closes underneath your 5, that's confirmation that you've lost bullish momentum on that time frame, right? On the 15. I mean on the 5, sorry. I'll leave it on the 5 because this price action is too boring to leave on the 15. Only we've gone a minute in. Decent amount of licks. Losing the 50 daily open is would be my target retest of the uptrend. But you have to lose your bullish momentum for that. I'll be right back, yo.
I like the tweet from CZ back in December 17th, 2020. And his tweet said, waiting for the new headline. Bitcoin crashes from 101,000 to 85,000. Save the tweet. I'll be right back.
Yo, Woony, you got some crazy ringing noise. Like a white noise.
hopefully it's fixed. I think maybe my headset was too close to my microphone.
Getting that push.
We Gucci.
Catnip Fund. We need cat speech PLS.
What's good, family? This cat won't let me chill. Every time I relax, he starts moving. I know he's about to knock that shit off the table. Yeah, I'm talking about you. And Monero, huh? Hmm. I'm just taking a look across the, taking a little walk across the blockchain for the daily. We're in the ETH neighborhood right now. Couple of standouts, looks like gaming and memes. Looks like Soul. One of those holes that I said that doesn't really have tons. Not a big position, but it's one of my AI lottery tickets, artificial liquid intelligence, DBCN, Pippin, meme shit. But significantly more green across the Solana ecosystem than the ETH ecosystem, you notice? I mean, to be fair, ETH is way bigger. But the BNB, Oshi the big winner, obviously. Coinbase. Intelligence. Well. Edge. A meme. Other meme.
Dbloc, why is that prime one at the bottom? I have yellow around it and red on the inside. See that on the prime?
Because it's saved on a favorite list.
Or
Cosmos. Boy. Tiny little Cosmos.
I keep scooping more prime down here.
I don't know, bro. Good luck.
I know, I'm nervous. That's why I asked. I was like, Dbloc, what's the difference or what's going on? I don't know if you know anything about it or something.
God, that's ugly. Cosmos ecosystem for the year. I mean, that's bear market numbers, bro. This is what you would expect to see when you're looking for buy-ins for the bottom of the bear market on alts.
Yeah, I own 2 of those.
Polygon. Significantly more green on Poly. I mean, they have less projects, but the ratio of green to red on Poly is interesting. This is sort of what I do when I start to look for narratives, to start to look for what ecosystem is sort of buzzing, where the money's going. It's just one of the things. I usually just do this off screen because nobody cares about 90% of this shit, but it does help you visualize who's getting the action. Avalanche. Yeah, and you never will again. Never heard of 90 of them, never will again. Startups, man. You gotta look at them. You gotta look at them like startups, right? Some of them will make it. Most of them won't. Aptos being carried by its decks. You guys gotta realize some of these blockchains, how small what you're really talking about is. Polkadot. Or Polkadot, man. Polkadot for the yearly has gotta be, oh my god. That's rough. Polkadot Maxi in 2025 had a rough year. Arbitrum. Decent. No real standouts on ARB. I mean, honestly, nothing that you can't get anywhere else. A bunch of ERC too. All right, Cardano guys. Don't get mad at me. I didn't. This is just what it is. Okay. So when you tell me about the future of Cardano as a blockchain that's gonna change the world and all of that good shit, Snack is carrying the entire chain.
Server, that's everything that's on it right there.
There's some stuff on Dexes that's you have to get to a certain size to be on here, but yeah, they don't have Crow on here. There's a couple that they're missing for sure. Sui's another one. Remember, like when you're investing in Sui, you're investing in the future of something, not the present day, right? Because if you look at Sui, you know, they don't even have deep on here. But the bet on Sui, or my bet on Sui, is that this turns into this. Hopefully without all the shit coins. It's banner bubbles or crypto bubbles. They're both the same, basically. Let's go take a look at our neighbors and legacy. Hasn't been the best month over there either. This is in BTC value. If you want to see it in USD value, it's not going to be that much different, but it is. Right? I'm trading against BTC value, so I have my currency set to BTC, but same basic deal. What the top 100 looks like this month against USD value. This is what it looks like against BTC value. Your stable coins popped out, obviously, right? Stable coins did better against BTC because BTC went down. So all of your stables turned green there. And a couple of other standouts. WLFI over the last week did 13% on its Bitcoin value. Right, which means if you traded your Bitcoin for WLFI this week and you sold your WLFI for Bitcoin, you'd have 13% more Bitcoin. Give me a second. We'll go take a deeper look at the chains here. For me, this is important because if I'm going to play any alts to the next sort of move, they're going to be governance tokens, right? Parent alts for each blockchain, but I'm not even going to waste my time if they're not getting any love right now. So I want to find where the heat is so that I can consolidate my bets. Artemis Terminal. This is where you go to find out if people on YouTube that are selling you dreams about these blockchains are talking complete shit or if there's something to it. Let me turn my camera off for a second so y'all can see this. All right. These are top chains by fees, right? This is one of the main things that I look at. Screw all the talk, all the wishes, all the bullshit. How much did you make in fees over the last 24 hours? Right? Are you making money or are we just talking shit here? Hyperliquid, obviously killing it, right? With all the transaction fees from DGens, 3.5 mil. Hyperliquid is going to be good for Arbitrum because Hyperliquid's trades come through Arbitrum, so there's a weird sort of synergy there, but whatever. EdgeX is another perps trading chain, 2.9 million. Right, that's how much they brought in today. and actual fees, actual revenue. I know it's weird to talk about revenue when it comes to crypto because we just sort of bet off of promises and whatever, but that's black and white. 3.5 million, 2.8 million. Ethereum brought in 1.4 million. Right? Doesn't seem a lot for the chain, but when you want to compare it to things like, you know, BNB, 434K, and most of that is because of trading. Solana brought in 571,000 today. Base brought in 500. So most of these on good days will bring in maybe close to a mil. Right? But as much shit as everybody talks about Tron, right? Tron brings it in. Tron, Ethereum, and then perp dexes. Then we can look at top bridge net flows, right? How much actual activity there is on the chain. This is where you start to see the synergy between Hyperliquid and Arbitrum. Because Hyperliquid here, you see massive inflows, right? It's like, oh, there must be a lot of activity on Arbitrum. Arbitrum must be hot. But you see how it's equal to the outflows on Hyperliquid? Because Hyperliquid transactions run through Arbitrum. Right, so all of this action, all this Arbitrum action is really coming from Hyperliquid. And some of the stable shit that they've got going on with banks and shit like that, right? And then number 2 is Sol. Right? Way more than ETH as far as net inflows. That's one of the metrics, right? That Sol points at and says, you know, that's why we're better than ETH, blah, 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 blah. Stablecoin supply changes. How many stables are coming onto the blockchain? This is where we look to see what narrative is hyping up. You saw how when we went to Aptos to the bubbles, how we had those green bubbles on Aptos, and I was like, oh, this is interesting, right? Look at the stablecoin changes over the last 24 hours on Aptos. So a lot of this comes from taking profits, right? But a lot of this also comes from like inflows. So probably a good idea to keep an eye on Aptos, keep an eye on BNB. Arbitrum, like I said, is going to be equal to that of Hyperliquid base, but for the most part, there's been outflows across the page. This is Artemis Terminal. So here's our total stablecoin supply. Right, this is a small dip that we're having here in real time that started what? Halloween, right? On our de-risk on Halloween. But this will let you know if, you know, net we're losing or gaining money into the system. This, in my important, is what's important when it comes to see who the real big dog is for blockchains. Total value locked. How much total value is locked in these chains, giving the chain its actual value, right? In staking and protocols and DeFi. Look at Ethereum compared to everything else. 64 billion TVL. This is why nothing moves until Ethereum does. Because until these people feel rich and they start moving some of this TVL across the board, then nothing else really stands a chance, right? You've got 60? 6.7 bill in BNB, 7 bill in Gemini for some reason. But you've got Ethereum and then you got Aave, which is ETH. So you can add these two together. That's 90 bill. And then Lido, OKX, Bybit, Eigenlayer. This here is going to show you your indexes, right? Bitcoin, ETH, Gold, S&P, the Qs, Coinbase, Robinhood, and Outlands Index. Just to show like where, you know, what's hot, where your money should be at the time. Robinhood actually is doing pretty good. Or was until recently. Sector performance. This is where you want to come check your narratives. Right? This lets you know, are people looking at staking, RWA, gaming, or privacy coins? Then you got file storage, second place. Store value, which is just your Bitcoin, basically. So if your narrative is down here, then I'm sure you feel it, right? Nobody has to tell you that your narrative is off. Where's gaming? Gaming is somewhere in here. Sector assets, whatever. There's a bunch of shit on here. It's a decent page. This is just the front page of Artemis. You can go way deeper, right? Like you can go into sectors and look for perp volume in different sectors, perp daily volume, open interest. And you can look at your digital asset treasuries, right? These are your Bitcoin companies. Prediction markets. Prediction markets are just fire. Look at this shit. Just up and to the right. You can check on the sexes, the dexes, whatever, a bunch of different shit. Stablecoin volumes. This is where you want to check to see what chain is getting sort of the most stables, right? Where everything is sitting. Bitcoin active addresses. It's decent. If you want to nerd out on text, it's a good if you want to nerd out on text, it's a good page to lose some hours in. That's usually part of my daily research. Give me 1 second, yo. That's funny, Ghost. We get accepted back into this weekend range. We're looking to see if we can hold this uptrend. Going through a bit of a volume gap now. Good morning, Khaled. We lost bullish momentum on the 5, but not the 15 yet. But on the 5, yes, if you were trading the 5-minute scalp strategy, indicator signaled short at 86, right? Or a TP. So as far as the 5-minute scalp strategy goes, this would have been hold on. So would have signaled entry at 84. What are you doing back there? Hey, you pay for that chair? I feel like you didn't pay for that chair. Come here. You don't break furniture around here, you hear me? No, you don't break furniture around here. You're not gonna get any of that catnip that's coming in the mail. Yeah, we're testing the top of the weekend range here. Nah, this one thinks he runs the place, yo. Satoshi Miyamoto. He went to his spot on the ottoman underneath the desk. Nah, he already knows. He's gonna be catnip wasted because of Gloomy and H. So as your 13 signals bearish momentum, what you look for is that retest of the 50 EMA. Right? As price comes up to test the 50 EMA on the 15-minute, you see how on the 15-minute it's coming up to test the 13, right? So price would find support on the 50, test the 13 EMA, and that move down on the 5 will be what drags that 13 EMA down across the 50. And then you'll signal bearish momentum on the 15. Gonna be targeting daily open, psychological low. Right, so step 1, that's the 50. When the bearish move is in, when the bearish momentum is strong, that 13 EMA that was support in a strong bullish move, right? When the move is super strong, it'll hold the 13 and it won't break it at all. It'll ride it, right? But even on weak moves, if the 13 breaks, the 50 will support. So when that 13 EMA becomes resistance, that's when you flipped bearish on that time frame, right? And our confirmation for that here is when it passes the 50 EMA. So point being, if we come up to test the 50, but we reject off the 13, then we know that it's a strong bearish move. Usually just like regular raw hemp. Speaking of, it's crypto after dark, right? Crypto after dark. Brown chicken, brown cow. Yeah, that's true.